shop. Sorry about that. Get a few of y'all in here, and then we'll have a look at what we got mounted up here on the Good morning. I kind of tied up on the phone with somebody about some shop business. Couldn't really tell them to get off the phone. I had things to do, you know what I mean? Cool. I'm ready. I have my coffee. It's even better. Yeah. Conversation about tools? No, we're not having that yet. Alright, so easy Thunder Gouge. Calm down, Heidi. So I got a thing for turning big bowls. This is a monster of a burl that I got. I've had it for a while. Cool thing about it is it's kind of like a hybrid bowl. It was like where a sycamore tree fell into the gap of something else. Yeah, I think it was either like a maple or I don't know. But anyways, whenever the sycamore tree fell into the crotch of the other tree a bunch of years ago, it didn't die, it just kept growing. And as they both grew and grew and grew, eventually they cut down the trees and they let them sit there forever, like years. I got these a couple years ago, and I got the other half of this burl as well. So we're going to see how this one turns out. And then it has a booty hole. What? Man, no. The other one had a booty hole. This one just got a curve in it. The other one had a big booty hole. Alright. Let me put a fresh edge on this thing, and then see if that matte Monaco edge works. What's up, Miss Francis? Alright. that does, see if that done anything. If you hold your tongue just right, wow. Alright, I didn't think I was that bad. Alright, so that's actually it's cutting into it fairly well. Bring tool rest in just a little bit closer. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I'm getting ready to put the bird control helmet on. I just want to see what that done as I went through it. Okay, so we are starting around a little bit. One thing I am going to do tool rests. So I'll do like a big tapered wall canister on this. That way I can get around this massive void over here. Or should I make this a bowl? Little Butthole Betty's sister. This will give me the ability to get around on this edge a little bit. So we're going to decide if we're going to do a bowl or we're going to do like a jar-shaped container. Back in there. So we're getting round. We're not round, but we're getting round. This over here worries me because I'm afraid I'm going to have to go in super, super deep to get that where I need it. I don't necessarily want to do that. Can't bring that over there just yet. Garbage. Okay. Sure that's good and tight. Sure that's good and tight. Okay, I'm liking that. Looks like I got the very back edge of it round-ish. Yeah, it's round. Alright, cool. So we're going to start chasing that curvature in this way. Still trying to figure out if I should make this like a giant bowl or a like a lidded form. So yeah, let's do things. I have to move my tool rest in just a little bit closer on this so I can chase that curvature. There we go. Okay, yeah, I like that. It's bolted to the floor, and I got a bunch of weight on the shelf that I made for it. watched Benjamin Winkle working on dog toys today, fetching sticks, and I was beyond hypnotized for like the better part of an hour. What's up, Cedar? Rockets, how's it going? Oh, BW's in here. Later, Winkle. BW. Alright, so this is a monster burl. I've got this inclusion over here. I don't know if I'm able to get that out of there without going super deep.
I just want to see how big it was.
It's pretty damn big.
Can't tell.
Yeah, it's, my mother-in-law just poked her head around the shop door. She's like, I just want to see how big that was. Yeah, so this thing is huge. Got to finish rounding this off. If we do make a bowl out of this, it's going to have probably a natural void in it. If not, we're going to have to taper the top as well as the bottom. Definitely have to clean up the grain a lot because I'm just roughing right now. And we're going to have to put a base on this and all that stuff. So, and my wife's in here. Love you, honey. I haven't killed myself yet. So, let's get at it. Yeah, I see it bumping into there. I don't have enough to clear underneath that yet, all the way that I could want to. But I do think, yeah, I'm getting around there good enough to where I can start tapering under the side of this. What's up, Jeff? I'm trying to stay alive, Jeff. Okay, so we are concentric. For the first time we're spinning and she's not dancing all over Heavenly Creation, so this is a great day. Is this safe, chat? But I don't know what you mean by that. We're pretty cool. He's using his mask day. Yeah, that OSHA guy got salty, man. OSHA's the law. Okay, so we can still run her about. Had to open your mouth. About 800. And she won't commence to wobbling. I do need to move my tool rest in. I'm definitely not going to do that while this behemoth is spinning around in a circle. But I've got this big inclusion over here, which is, I'm assuming it's going to be part of a live edge design. Maybe part of a hollow form. I'm not real sure, but it's going to be in there, boss. Alright, let me hit the edge of this with a quick touch up. We're moving a lot of wood today. Get off me, Billy. I'm getting really particular about that sharpening stuff. I probably should stop watching so many videos and reading books on the nonsense. Like I watched Matt Monaco's stuff. Do not. What the hell did she just say to me? It's my wife. I gotta read that. I will not launch this through the side of your house. Besides that, the way it's pointing, it'd go in Zoe's bedroom first. It's crotchy wood, but it's also the burl. I got the other half of it out there. I'll show you here in a second. But it's got the twists and everything in it. I really, really like it. Put you off the side. This is real. All right, let's get back in here. Here in a minute, I'll go up there and I'll grab that other piece of wood and show it to you guys. It's she's bulbous. Fresh edge, doing work. I know both halves of the burl weigh in right over 46 pounds. So I would say that, I don't know what it weighs now. I've obviously removed some wood, but right when I first mounted these up, they weighed about, I don't know, I'd say 23 even a piece. I'd say one's probably bigger than the other, but the entire burl itself, I mean, it was this big. So I'd say each blank weighs probably about 23 pounds. But I do like this kind of stuff. I'm starting to get all these little, the knots and the rings showing up in here. It's kind of what I'm wanting. Still going to have to figure out exactly how I'm going to deal with this over here, this flat spot that kind of rakes in. But once I get it to where I can move it at a quicker rate, I can do a push cut down the side of it, back to that. But it's got all these eyes all over it. I'm taking light cuts. It's a pain in the ass is what it is. I'm trying to. Okay. I've got so many of y'all in here. 500, holy hell. Please hit the like and subscribe, man. It means a ton to me, helps the channel out. Check out the other channels in here too. You got Jeff from 2 Minute Tips for Woodturners, Mike from Board Handcrafted. You got Benjamin Weekle in here. You got Ryan from 77 Rockets. Got a lot of good people in here, a lot of turners. Miss Francis from Beaten Creations, she's starting to turn now. Sounds really bad when I say it like that. She's starting to turn now. Take up potato salad, it's starting to turn. So we're going to round this edge right here off a little bit more because I've got this schwarp of a flat spot. And then I'm going to focus more. Let me know if y'all can see me. It'd be great. Hey, can y'all see me now? Yeah, dude, YouTube, it seems like every time I break 500 people in here, they kick me. Like, every time my numbers get up there, I think they're ramping me down. I honestly do. So, seems fitting. We're going to use every bit of fan we can. All right. Yeah, 342. It's like every time numbers start getting where they should be, YouTube's like, not today. It just breaks it off in me. I don't know if that's actually what's happening, but that's what I'm going to say is happening. Alright, so we've got that. I've got about a ½ inch gap between my tool rest and that. I've still got to work on this part and ease up that just flat chunk. So, we're going to get back at it. I don't know if I can bring the weight up any anymore. Hell yeah, we can. Alright, let's get the speed, not the weight. I don't want to bring the weight up. Unfortunately, I believe the only way that we're going to be able to... Slow down, heifer. Yeah, I know, here we go. I believe the only way that we're going to be able to compensate for this big flat spot is to do a semi-closed rim on the top of it. And we're going to sweep the bottom in a little bit. We're going to have our tenon down here, as well as our mortise. I'm going to do both on this in case one should fail. This wood is just, it's hit and miss, man. It's like there's two different kinds of wood in here. I don't know. So we're going to have to slope the top of it slope the bottom of it, kind of bulb it. Alright, so we're going to try this. I'm going to start tapering this way a little bit more aggressively. Not aggressively, Jeff. Just more drastically. There we go. Drastically. Take it all the way up till we got about an 1/8 inch up here on the top lip. We're not going to remove it this way. We'll flip our skew and bring it back this way so we don't tear out the ingrained fibers. 523, let's see if she stalls out. I see you, Jeff, but no. Jeff talks, I listen. I actually messaged Jeff last night and asked for his advice on this because this is the biggest mass that I've turned. I mean, I've turned more diameter, but this is the biggest mass. So I actually got a hold of Jeff last night and asked for his advice on it. He said light cuts, and I'm trying to do as much light cuts as I can without driving her home. Got more of a taper on this side now. Let's see how much of that flat spot is in there still. I know it's still in there. I can see it on the horizon, but okay, we're starting to round it off. So we're gonna have to come down probably about right, I'd say in here. Flat spot in the finger. Right there. Don't want to do it again. So we're gonna start shaping her that way. More aggressive curve to the top. Ow. way. Okay. Thunder Gouge is Heidi from the Shoops. I don't know if you knew that or not. She's also my pin critic. She will critique every pin that I make and tell me if they're worthwhile or not. So, I tell you what, I usually don't shout out everybody's channels. I will say this while I get ready to sharpen this. The Shoops Wood Shop have jumped phenomenally, leaps and bounds in their skill level. Perry's just starting out, but he's growing. There is a dude, SRW Woodworking. The guy reminds me a lot of where I was whenever I had the old Whack-A Shack before I built this. Dude's in a garage, like a little shop shack thing, using like a little, I think it's a 10-inch central machinery lathe, and he is pushing it to its absolute limits. And I love watching that guy. Dude, he is awesome. Then you have the Turning Merchant, who is on the polar end of the spectrum. I watched him make I think a pecan or an almond bowl last night, and it turned out absolutely beautiful. But the dude has got just this monstrous Powermatic lathe out in like Oklahoma in a metal pole barn, singing to himself. He don't care about numbers, views, nothing like that. He just embodies what it is to like get out here away from everybody and start turning. And I've been watching the Shoops, SRW Woodworking or SR Woodworking, and the Turning Merchant like nonstop here lately, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Except for the fact that Billy Shoot keeps on trying to send me pictures of him like in weird positions with fruit and stuff, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to see that, Billy. But all right, each is their own. Apples and bananas, man. All right, so we got to slope this a little bit. That's still being an epic pain in my butt. So we're going to start sloping on this end, bringing it down to our tenon, and then we're going to start sloping on this end. I don't think we're going to be able to get all that out of there, but we're going to try. I don't want to lose a whole bunch of form in this bowl. But it's, she's fighting me tooth and nail, and I'm here for the ride. If this slides under here freely, yes! Oh, it's on like Donkey Kong now, boys and girls. So, I don't know if you guys can see, like, all the little eyes in this bowl. Never mind. 3 or 4 up here, 1 there, a couple up here. It's got, like, some bird's eye stuff in it. And then down here at the bottom, it's got, like, big pink and purple streaks going through here. And I'm hoping that I could keep those, but the entire blank had that texture all over the outside of it. The bark was already off of it, so I can't really identify what it is. But, like, eyeballs everywhere. Big inclusion. Part of a branch. Eyeballs. So this is gonna be cool. Look at damn honey pot. God, just wild up and just yelled at me. No problem, Shoops. I'll give it where it's due, man. Now, Jeff from 2 Minute Woodturners, and I say this with the utmost respect. I value that man's opinion like nobody's business. He has kept me from killing myself probably 30, 40 times, and a bunch of other countless times that I can't even count on. When it comes to the lathe, I ask him for advice all the time when it comes to tools, wood, turning, shapes, stuff like that. I love picking his brain. He might not claim it, but he is my mentor when it comes to this stuff. He makes the joke that he started his YouTube channel to keep me and Ryan from becoming paraplegics when we first started turning. Because about, what is today's date? The 9th. This is about the 2-year anniversary of Sunday Spunday, I think. And about 2 years ago, Ryan was setting Indian style crisscross applesauce in the floor of his shop, cranking on a lathe using the wrong gouges. And I had the Franken lathe that ran at like 2600 RPM all the time, and I was using the wrong gouges. So Jeff made his channel. We started listening. We started growing a little bit. So I can't give Jeff enough credit. The man has kept me alive. It's only been a couple years since I've been on the lathe here, but I feel like I've gained a wealth of knowledge from that man alone. I'm not trying to be all soft and sappy and everything, but Jeff is a very big figure, not just in my my turning journey and turning career, but my life as well. I value that man's opinion like it's gold. All right, now that that's done, Michael Wilson, let's get to turning this honey pot. I don't know if it's gonna be a honey pot or not, but it's gonna be big. All right. Woo woo, yeah, talk to me, Sam. I don't want to necessarily do push cuts yet because I've got a giant void over there that I feel like I should be. Like I thought, that void keeps on making them pop out of pocket. Swap out our tool rest. For something a little bit more curved. The way I can start riding that that curve all the way around there. There we go. I don't know who makes this tool rest. I know I acquired it and some other tool rests when I first got this Mama Jamma. And look at that. She saddles right around the whole back of it. Damn right she does, Bobby. But this will give me the ability to hopefully ride that curb a little bit more. I've got a little bit more than I want to as far as gap. Let's watch out for this rest over here. It doesn't have the secondary curve on the back of it. Turn Merchant's my homie. We got to get him We got to get him some lighting and a couple moderators. He said he's going to get moderators when he starts getting more views in there. But I thoroughly enjoy watching the Turning Merchant. He's one of the guys, he doesn't get like super crazy technical trying to bullshit you like he knows more than what he's doing. He just goes in, he has fun doing what he's doing. He's singing the whole damn time, which kind of throws me off a little bit, I ain't gonna lie. And he makes some beautiful stuff, man. Like, absolutely beautiful. Like, he made I think it was pecan he was working with last night. And that thing was absolutely stunning. Probably helps that he's got, like, some discontinued ass series monstrosity of a Powermatic lathe that I think if it would happen to break off the bolts it's on, it would change the Earth's rotation, because that's how it is. Alright, asshole. We're going to put you on the other side of this. Force you backwards. You're angering me now. Should have been what I'd done to begin with. Dumbass. Alright. Yeah. He starts off with the chainsaw, and he's got a mound of pecan and walnut back in the back, and he talks about it, really pisses me off. He's like, all I've got is pecan and walnut. Just gigantic burl blanks and wood blanks. But yeah, very fun to watch. Well, I have, I've got about 100 pounds of pyramid brick on a shelf that I've made, and I've lag bolted it to the floor. And after each live, I say this now and I'll jinx myself, I go under and I check all the anchor bolts for the tool rest, the tailstock and the quill in the head unit. So far, doing alright. Alright, let's get some curve on this thing. I will say this though, the Grizzly's a beast. I hate that. I had a beautiful curve, but no, it's still flat in that spot. What's up, Sandman? Say, man, if you like what you see, like and subscribe. Homie, we do this every Sunday, a couple times throughout the week, usually during the summer. All right, I still got to get that tapered off. It's starting to round, but it's not where it needs to be. And I'm liking this closed rim form that I got here. But I'm going to have to do more shaping just to get that where it needs to be. Some bitch. Kicking my ass right there. If I can just get that flat spot to round off, I can make a natural void in there and not be too tore up about it. I figured that's what it was going to come to. But I don't want to lose a whole lot of size. Beat me up. Later, Tim's List. Yes, sir, Mr. Jeff. Be careful. I've still got that flat spot right there. Damn it now. I'm going to do more of a drastic cut on top because we're just now starting to get that conical part, and I'm going to have to approach it from a fairly crazy angle right here. But the twist and grain of this wood are absolutely off the damn wall. Alright, ain't nothing to it but to do it, right? Get this sharpen real quick. move this in a little bit. I think we're starting to finally put a little bit of curvature on that flat spot. Hell, I don't know. It's cut at such a weird angle. And that's not one of the cuts that I made. We're starting to round her off a little bit with my damn other lathe on. So, it's starting to round. It's starting to round. I'm going to have to do a drastic cut on this as much as I don't want to, just to get that unsightly flat spot out of there. But, I am digging the tapered look on top of it. We're going to cut this piece off down here in a minute. And then this is actually, we're going to bring this in a little bit. This is going to be where our foot's at. But I know it seems like I'm just putting everything I've got into it. I'm trying to handle this flat spot. What we got going on here? Read a couple of the chats while I let my hand relax. No, it's gonna be natural, man. You'll learn a few things on my channel. I'm not super big on epoxy. I think it has its place. One, I hate working with it. I would much rather wipe off sawdust and pull sawdust out of my dust collector than epoxy any day of the week. And I like wood, man. Thank you, merchant. It's definitely not as big as the monstrosity that you turned last night. But while we're letting that, I'll measure what we got here. I'll measure it for you. From here, we're not going to measure this nub. We are looking at 7 1/4 deep from the bottom of the foot to the top up here. I'll probably lose about a 1/2 inch or 1/4 inch, shorten that off. And across, we're looking at widest point to widest point, right at 11 1/2. So it's not quite as big as the monstrosity that you cranked out last night. This was not a butt burl. It's got a weird crevice, and if I'm able to shave off the inside of this very close to save this big void over here, that's going to be awesome. That's the plan anyways. But I've got to keep rounding this to make sure the overhang off that is not as drastic and that flat piece is gone. So I'm putting a lot of focus in this right here and up here. Let's get at her. I don't know if I can bring the speed up any. No, that looks not quite. Dan, you don't have to do that, brother. Dan, I ain't gonna put your business out in front of everybody, but my prayers are with you, man. I can't imagine dealing with all that, dude. I know that you're hurting, brother. You guys are the praying people. Throwing up for Dan. I won't put your business out there, man, but I love you. Bring our tool rest in a little bit because I'm starting to get a little bit more overhang than I'm comfortable with on this side, especially with that big void in there. You're not going to take off that top edge yet. Currently cruising right around 1150 RPMs. And I'm starting to curve down a little bit more on this. If I could just start kissing this end up here and take a little bit more out of the bottom, we're going to leave her at that, and then I'll put the curve back into the top. Which, right there is where that is. Switch over and start left hand a little bit. Maybe it's out of there, maybe it's been worked on, I don't know. A little bit. Just got, good Lord, man. I don't want to go all the way down in there, but I'm going to do some. Alright. Okay, so where's that guy that was complaining yesterday that we lost some size on it? He's been here running like wild right now. So this is the one piece that I've done where the tree kind of decides what it's going to be. I didn't make the initial cuts on this with the chainsaw, and I think whenever they cut this, they were more eyeballing it for firewood. Let's just face it, there's not a whole lot of wood turners around here. So I'd say cranking this thing on a lathe was the furthest thing from their minds. Do have some cracks, nothing going across or with the grain, it's all intersecting with the grain. But that's starting to round off, and I think now we're going to start bringing this in, shaping our tenon a little bit. Stuck my hand right in that glue because I am a straight up gangster. And see where we get with that. We're going to sharpen. We are sharpening. So this makes a difference. Oh yeah, it does. There is a part of that void that runs down here to the bottom of that. That's what we're trying to take out of there right now. And, yeah, right there. It's almost out. So, man, it's a big ass bowl. I just now seen that my tail stop in my wheel have kind of tap danced away from there. Might have been whenever I loosened that and tightened that back up there. So that could be a reference for some of the rattle that I was feeling. Alright, we're tapering. We've got a little bit of a foot established. Let's go through some cleaning passes and really clean this up. I want to make sure that my Ow. The headstock's not coming out. Everything's still in alignment. Go ahead and put a fresh gouge on, or fresh edge on here. Alright. So, got our worm screw up there. It's still in. I don't really want to do any sculpting passes on this or anything like that. I am gonna probably see what happens when I start hitting this thing with some sandpaper, just to see. Probably have to go with a more aggressive grit. No, holy hell. Alright, we got some tear out in like a couple spots, which I expect with burl, but look at that. I think I might do a first pass with some more aggressive grit paper. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, dude, this is a straight up yard sale find. Like anytime I find a drill at a yard sale, I buy it just to use that. They usually end up blowing up. There's my eyeballs that are in the corner there. It's kind of got like this translucent grain around them. I got a little bit of bark inclusions in there. I got some streaks and some collars. So this ought to be real pretty when it's done. And then I got this massive inclusion over here that I think we're going to be able to keep. Just got to make sure I don't jam the lathe through it on the way out. Or the gouge through it on the way out. Yeah, YouTube, go home, you're drunk. What did I miss? What did it... Alright, did it cut me out, man? Really? Sons of bitches. I hate YouTube when it does that. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys got to see it. That's just a little bit of the beeswax and oil solution on the three eyes over here that keep messing with me. The grain's kind of like translucent around those, and I like that. And we got these inclusions. We got the collar swirls in here, and up here in this grain we got some feathering and stuff. I really want to throw a finish on it, but I'm not going to do that yet. I am not going to do that yet. I want to make this beautiful. The other half of this is out here on my driveway with the promise that I would make that into a bowl for the guy's mom. This tree was in their yard forever, and then they fell, and they started fusing together, so I don't really know exactly 100% what all this tree is. And as always, I'm kind of like leery, making sure there's like not nails or bullets or matchbox cars or something crazy in here. do have to bust out the mighty spindle for this. Itty bitty. I don't know how it responds to scraping from a spear, but I'm gonna try it. I honestly need a higher speed for a spear scraping. Caught the edge of that. Yep, right there. We can make that work. What's up, Bear Grooves? We still got that down to like 600. I forgot about that. Touching my tool rest. I don't like that. Don't touch my tool rest. So we got the big bite out of there. Had to lose a little bit on the bottom there, but it's fine because it kind of frames that. We'll work with that. I'm going to shore this up and I'm going to take this little knoblet off. Son of a bitch. We're back. Stack myself in there. Oh, God. Okay. Beating the immortal dog shit out of me. Make sure that's still okay. That was kind of loosening it up a little bit. We don't like that. We don't need all that nonsense. Make sure we're still good. Get my tube.
slowly radiusing my skews. Alright, I'll turn you down. Shut up, dude. Damn. Long point. Long point. Get off there. Alright. Go. Alright, now we're going to start shaping the bottom of this. First off, I like to keep all the blood in my veins, so we're going to move this tailstock off here for it gouges me in the elbow again. Here's that. Now, I'm not a specialist at wood or anything like that, but I noticed that the fiber in different parts of this is very porous, and down here along this edge where I've got the tear out, the fiber is extremely porous. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make my mortise fairly deep on this. I'm talking probably about 3/4 of an inch to a 1/2 inch, somewhere in there. That way when the expansion comes up, it doesn't crack these, because that would be a bad day if this behemoth came off here when it was just held on there by a chuck. And then on the inside of it, we're going to have to do some hollowing, and I'm going to have to watch for this big old gap right here. I would like to keep the outline of this and make this into a live edge natural void vase. Am I cutting out again? Damn it. Alright, so we're going to have to give it some love. It's not exactly where I need it to be yet, but we're getting there. I'm going to take the birth control helmet off for just a minute. It's 200. I don't normally sand at this point. But sometimes on this extremely loose grain stuff, man. Will you be going live tonight? I will be there. Sometimes on this loose grain stuff, sanding helps with the grain tear out way better than cutting does. I don't know why, just the way it happens to be. My tools are sharp. billy shoot myself. So we look like here. Black walnut tonight, ingrain. Cool. Alright, so it's cleaning up a little bit. It's not perfect by any means yet. We are going to, I mean, it's not rough, but it's not perfect. So, come here, you heifer. Get off me. Alright. Put it in my Amazon cart. I want one of those 90-degree drills for sanding that Jeff's got. I think his is a Ryobi. I don't care if mine's a Hercules from Harbor Freight. I don't think you can use an orbital on it, man. I've got one, but I haven't used it just out of fear that it's going to give me a bunch of little spirals all over it. Alright. Smooth, got a little bit of tear out down here by the rim. Oh, really? Cool. I didn't know that. I will have to, I'll have to put that in my notebook. Feeling better. So it catches that hole. I could see me and that hole is going to have a giant run in here in the near future. Get in the chopper! Alright. Holy hell. I hope, brother. It's thick, that way they'll still be stable, because that top part of that inclusion goes up a little bit. That way you'll still be able to see the inside of it. A couple of these little inclusions over here might pop out at that point, I don't know. But it'll still be a solid walled vessel, and you'd have this natural void coming through here, and I just kind of like how this branch is melded in there. I do need to cut a tenon in this warlock. So, best believe we're going to be using the big boy jaws on this. Need to get my couch. Wherever the hell I put them. I think they're over here at this point, I don't know. I didn't really clean up a whole lot after I left the shop yesterday. I dipped, nudged, and dived the hell up out of here. There they are. I thought that was them. Shoops, y'all ain't got to do that, man. Serious. On the money. Hells yeah. That'll go in there. I'm going to use my favorite tool for this. Not the one I just dropped down there. But my flat nose spindle gouge. If I torch the hole. That very well might happen on the inside of that inclusion. I'm not going to say it's not. Kind of let it try to like speak to me, I guess. I know as corny as that sounds. One crazy thing about burl, you have no idea which way like the growth pattern is in this stuff, so kind of hit and miss. One thing I am going to do, I'm sure you guys can see this, I'm sorry I'm not moving the camera as much as I should be today. Dude, you're not that great. Just learning just the same as everybody else. Okay, so this middle piece right here, I'm going to make that so I can have a pinch tenon with this current vise or chuck that I got. But this outside rim right here, I want that to be an expansion mortise with the other chuck that I got. That way if something would happen and I get a break up here in my foot or the outside of my mortise, I can chuck that down and still maintain a good grip on it. Just, I learned that failing a lot. Okay, I am I want that to be where she sits on the, yeah, I want that to be where it can sit on table flat. Out here on the very edge of it. Just round it off a little bit, not a whole lot. No idea what you just said, but it sounds like you know what you're doing. No, I am straight up like blowing smoke up everybody's butt all the way through on this, bro. Now we're gonna hit this with a quicksand because where I just shaved on that, I do got a little bit of tear out. I'm gonna make this mortise a little bit deeper. I thought it was a little bit deeper than that. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Just establish our dovetail on the inside of it. Now on the center mortise, I'm going to use my skew to make the pinch dovetail. Now we've got a fail-safe in case one system breaks. You hit that with some sandpaper real quick that just conveniently fell to the floor. And then sorry about that. Had to get fairly stupid for a minute. No. This is going to go flipped over in this chuck, and then we're going to hollow it out. So, what do y'all think? I think we should go ahead and put some shine juice and beeswax on the outside of it. If anything, it'll help like penetrate, I guess. I don't know. She's a big mama. Oh, did I tell you guys that I named my lathe? Finally named it. Snot it up. All right. So I named my lathe Roberto. I'm actually making a name tag for him. It's a remembrance to Robbie G. But me and Roberto, we're gonna tear some stuff up. Snot her up in case an emergency comes and I gotta go. You know, that makes sense. Merchant doling out some wisdom. Alright. Skank grease here. This is shellac, alcohol, and linseed. That's gonna be a pain in the ass right there. I don't know what it is. What's up, 77? Get me your stunner, man. Yeah, I called him Roberto. There for a while, it was really weird for me coming into a live and not seeing Robert G and Michael Wilson both in there waiting on me. Or we do one of the multi-lives on Ryan's channel and not see Bobby G there waiting. Man, it was just kind of devastating. Honestly, like, for a lot of people that see this stuff on here, we're just dudes that like, and chicks for that matter, that turn stuff, but like, there's a few of us, a lot of us actually, that we're very close, like, not just networking, but like, wish each other's kids happy birthday, and Christmas cards, stuff like that, drive halfway across the country to see each other. Almost like a Plenty of Fish date, but different. Not as many Bible verses as back alley love. There's nothing wrong with Bible verses and back alley love. Don't misconstrue my words. I'm just saying that we didn't take part in that. Look at that, Shoops. Look at that, little Dollar Tree special. Man, I don't want to fill it with epoxy. I'm not a... Epoxy's a great thing. Just not for me, man. I am more into... Holy shit! Alright, so I'm going to have to really apply this on here because that big-ass void in the center of it is really kicking my ass. When it comes to applying the finish, which it done that on the other burl wall that I done as well. Lesson should have been learned, but I'm an idiot, so. It's all in the direct path of this natural void. And I am just now getting into the live edge game. Like, I've always loved it. I think it's great. It accents the natural beauty of the tree. It terrifies me because if you do any kind of turning whatsoever, you know how devastating a catch can be. Now imagine how devastating a catch could be whenever it's inside of a 23, 24 pound block of wood that's spinning at 11, 1200 RPMs. Kind of get your creative juices going and let you see exactly where the hell could happen to you. So unfortunately, all the way around this thing, I've got these little misses, as I call them, of where the sealant couldn't go down into little voids of the burl and all that. And I don't even think I touched down here really. Little pieces of paper towel stuck to her. I don't want those to dry to it. Unlike Merchant, who had a damn pterodactyl fly into his bowl last night as soon as he put the juice to it. I guess up there in Oklahoma, he's got to deal with like Bigfoots and all kinds of shit, man. Alright. Half a bottle of Shine Juice later. Thank you, not you. if this is going to be having a natural void in it that size, I don't really assume that it's going to be food safe, because probably not going to store rice in this, you know. Yeah, the chute's got to deal with that too. The only thing I have down here that really gets on my nerves is the wasps and the hornets, man. They piss me off. They're like everywhere in here. So we're not going to wax this yet, because there's a chance that whenever we flip this over and we chuck it up, when we compress the grain, it might cause some deformities. It might not chuck up just the way we want it to, but I am going to do something that I have learned from watching much more seasoned and experienced turners. Same as whenever you do threading. I am going to put some CA glue down in this section of the tenon and the mortise, because I didn't put a whole bunch of shellac and shine juice down in there. I want that to soak into those pores, and any little bit of extra helping that I can get keeping this thing from turning into a rolling semi-tractor trailer flying through my shop is going to help. What's up, Steve? How's it going, man? Really? Wind chimes will do that? I got wind chimes waiting out front to be put up. I didn't know that worked. I get those damn hornets, mud daubers, and then I get the those ball-faced hornets or ball-faced wasps, like the black and white ones that just seek out to break shit. I don't like them. Alright, that's dry. Alright, let me step y'all back here, let y'all see exactly what we're doing. Fix the camera. Oh shit, CA glue. What's that? We use plastic. Yeah, CA glue, bro. Yeah, there's a lot of mics in here, man. Ketchup on top of the... I will definitely do that. I'll try it. Very nice chunk of wood. Yeah, I'm trying to break 300 likes today. I'm trying for my views to spike on this one. I'm gonna come out doing this a little bit more and more frequently, and come here. I just wanna. I don't know, man. I'm trying to better myself. Turned 40 this year, and just trying to do better than I normally do. You know what I mean? There's that. Right there. Mm-hmm. Go ahead and loosen that up a little bit so it'll slide over that dowel that I got up there for it to mount on. Almost looks like a smiley face when you rest on my base. I don't know, man. It reminds me of that thing that King Koopa rode around in like the first Mario, where he flew around and dropped shit on you. Could be me though. Try. Needs giant googly eyes. Alright. So, mount this thing up on here. Currently talking to some people trying to get some better chucks. I need, honestly, a... Wrong one. I honestly need a bigger chuck for stuff like this. This probably isn't the most ideal chuck for this kind of application, I guess you might call it. There we go. Magnets are the shit. So this is our void in the side of it. Happy belated old man. Not that old. 40's not as old as I thought it was 20 years ago. It's crazy. Oh, God. Alright, so this started off as a very large chunk of wood. Merchant's birthday should be working in the shop, but I'm taking a longer break than I usually do. It happens to the best of us. A few years off from. How old are you, Mr. Wilson? I thought you were like the same age as me. Probably like 32 or some shit. Full-blown Scotsman. Hell yeah, that's what I wanted to happen. Because I drop those every damn day. Let's see. Not too bad. I can live with that. Alright, so we are going to have to shore up the front of it. Face. Trump. I'm past that. 35, I think. Wow. Now, I just turned 40 in January. And I'm still a big kid, I reckon. So, the deal is with this. We're going to shore up the front. I'm going to establish the wall. I do want to put a little bit of a bead around the top of this. I hate it when people just leave flat rim bowls on there. I mean, they got their place. Just I'm not super fond of them. I don't know how far any of these cracks go. There's a good chance this some bitch could straight up blow up in my face. I don't know. But we're going to find out. I'll make sure that I'm wearing the birth control helmet. And we're here to have fun, right? I do want to look down here at my tenon, my foot, and make sure that nothing's cracking or separating down there. We'll have to sporadically check that as we go. I knew I had a hangover there on the wood itself. So normally I would start from here and kind of go in, but I've got this edge right here. And if that comes around here and catches that, we're going to have a hell of a catch. So we're going to start from the middle and shape our initial out just to get this off here, and then we'll come back in from the outside and shore up the top. That's the plan anyways. That's the plan. At least I got a plan, right? Woo! Bird control helmet, yeah. My visor. I want to approach this last bit very cautiously because I can still get a catch approaching from this angle because that tapers out. So it's going to get kind of noisy. Now we'll drive her home. Break her off. Okay, so I see exactly what happened. As I feared. Our foot cracked right there. But we've got our backup tenon right there. So let me seal this. We won't be putting any more pressure on this tenon. That is now solely cosmetic. and not a functional tenon. Which does mean that I gotta take this big son of a bitch off here and put the other one on it. Yay me. $685. It seems like every time some chaos happens, you guys just like the numbers spike. So, I'm gonna put this on here. We're gonna hang this back up here so I ain't gonna run it down here in a little bit. Hopefully, 575. And where this is a compression tenon on the bottom, I'm going to crank the hell out of this, I'm not even going to lie. I hope it doesn't blow out. Still don't trust it 100%. If that gets wild, I'll tap in with a Forstner bit to make a secondary compression tenon even deeper than, or expansion tenon first, deeper than the first one. I don't care. But this thing's getting done. Hope that stays on there. Really do. I want to finish this piece. While I've got that upright, I'm going to go ahead and put some more CA in the expenditure of this crack back here that I can see. I got the inside of it. Might as well get the outside of it too. Man, it's a clean break all the way around there. Son of a bitch. Alright. Let that rest there for a second. I hope that's not foreshadowing about how the inside of this is going to get all squirrely and stuff. Because I don't want that. I know, man. 800 people in here at one point. If they would just hit the like button, I'd be set, bro. I'd be set. Or if they'd subscribe, that'd help me out a hell of a lot, too. I think before the stream today, I checked it. We're sitting at like 700 or 7,200 and I think 40 subs. I don't know where we're at right now. The subs will come, but I've got a good crowd of people that show up for these. Birth control helmet on. Back at it. I do need to lower this flat rest a little bit. Finger, damn it. So I've got that call out on there. So we're going to put this flat rest back on it just while I'm facing it. And then we'll move to the curved rest and the flat rest inside of it. Might have to shake the outside just a little bit, I don't know. Might have to drill a whole damn Forstner bit in the bottom of this. Because that done some goofiness. She's fighting me, boys and girls. She's fighting me the whole damn way. It wasn't my tenon that broke off. It was the grain underneath of it. So we're going to have to take her in. We're going to have to drill down into it. I'm almost to the point of putting a worm screw in the bottom of this because I've got, with this foot on here, hang tight, see what I got. Yeah, this one fighting me tooth and nail, brother. Alright, so it would actually only go about 3/8 of an inch, maybe less, up into the actual bottom of this. I think that might be what we do. So what I'm going to do to make sure everything's copacetic, I'm going to get the little pickings out of my actual worm screw hole here. I'm going to thread this back on here. Like so. I'm going to put my center back in there. I'll lock this down. See how squirrely this is? It's not. So now I should have an indexing point to drill my worm screw. That's what we're going to do. Not the way that I wanted to do that. It's not the best way to do that. But I think that that is going to hopefully give us the best outcome. And just to play it safe, I'm going to bring over my tailstock. Give it a little bit of tail support until we get this upper wall handled, because there's a good chance this some bitch could fly apart on us still. Wrong lever, dummy. Put this right below center, lock us in. We're going to have to shape the outside again, probably. Just part of it. Alright, see how bad it is now. We got it concentric again. I'm going to have to sand the living hell out of the whole thing once again. And, yeah. Not exactly how I wanted that to go, but apparently that's the way it wanted to go. So, I don't want to do push cuts on this because got that big void there. Alright, I think we're strictly concentric. Kind of lost a little bit of my void there, but yeah. Well, I was fairly concentric there until my damn tendons broke off. So now I gotta take care of that again. That's there. Bust out this noisy ass sander again. I can't believe we broke 330 likes. We got 666 people in here right now. That's a little foreboding. There we go. I'll take 548 over 666 any day of the week. How wide is the bull as is? Long point to long point. About 10.5. So we lost a good bit of width shaping it the last time. But it is from the bottom of the foot that I had to put back on to the top, 7 inches. So it does fit in with the golden ratio Fibonacci kind of thing. So I'm cool with that. Later now, if you haven't yet, man, please like and subscribe. That helps the channel out, all that cool stuff. Usually we have some member bombs dropped in here. I didn't do the raffle today. I figured it'd take a while to get this done. But people usually drop member bombs and stuff like that. Billy Joe, how's it going? Still make a big sound. Yep. Move it back here in the back. Now that void where I cut and shaved and got it back round again, is actually down here in the bottom of this too. So that will make for a cool effect if we can keep this together long enough to see the cool effect. I don't know if working with a scraper on the outside of this would be ideal or not, but you only live once and I'm going to try it. It might have been like catastrophic. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that a bit. See how she looks. What's up, Travis? How's it going, man? Yeah, this has been interesting. It's followed me the whole way. Alright, so we got the majority of the tear out gone. I do still have some funky edges in there from where the grain kind of rolls around and does its grain stuff. I'm going to try to get back in here and start hollowing on the top of this again. Because if we keep fighting sides without getting the inside of this done, we're never going to get anywhere. Now I got to shore up the front of this again. I've got this, look at the tip of my gouge, this wing over here is higher profile, and I keep it that way just so I can do those kind of push cuts with the shear scraping angle. I still got some right here that I've got to get out of here. I got a crack right there. I don't know how deep it goes, but we're not going to trust it. We're not going to trust anything on this bowl. Crack right there, some right there. Whole top of this bowl's made up of cracks, I ain't gonna lie. Let's sit there for a second, get a drink of the old lemonade. Woo. Share it on Facebook and thank you, homie. It means a lot to me. Oh, why I'm sitting here waiting on that to dry. This piece of wood didn't come from my dude, but I don't care. I'll rep this guy's business till the day that I die. Check out Brad at Gotwood LLC. He's been a sponsor of the shop forever now. I'm telling you right now, Brad's got some of the best exotic and domestic woods you can get your hands on. Use the code WHACKER, WHACKER, upon discount, and he will hook you up. Even if you don't buy anything, swing by there. Let him know that you heard about him from here. He sponsors me as well as 77 Rockets and a few other Turners. Every time I get a package from him, we do a big unboxing. I'm telling you right now, I say this, let Brad's wood do you good. You guys got some hellacious lumber. I don't care if you're turning anything from 4-inch blanks to 22-inch monsters. I've done them both. Check out Brad at Gotwood LLC. You will not regret it. Strong ink pens. Use the code TheWhackandShack in your checkout notes. They'll send you a free gift. And hopefully, in the very, very, very near future, I'll be adding a couple more brands, and I'll be changing around a lot of stuff on this wall behind me. There's a few select people that know about it, not a lot. Keep your head holes closed. But some great things are coming from some rather big companies, and I'm super stoked about that. And once everything's finally ironed out, I'm going to tell you guys on a live in front of everybody all the details. So, there's that. There's that. I'm going to set the birth control helmet up here. Throw personal safety to the side for a second because it's hotter than the hinges of hell in here. Big dog news, yes. 350 likes, hell yeah, keep it bumping. I want 400. Y'all do your thing. Okay, that's smooth now. Please check out the other channels on here, the other Turners, the other makers. We're like a big-ass family. Love these guys. If y'all could, swing over by 2-Minute Tips for Wood Turners. That's Jeff. Dude's pretty much my mentor, even though he won't claim me. I feel like it's an illegitimate bastard kid. Give the man a subscribe. Give him a like. He's, last time I checked, I think he's like 40 subscribers from breaking the 5K mark. My boy Rockets, he don't need no help. He's getting ready to pop 100,000 subscribers like it ain't nobody's business. Tearing it up. Just came out of the Grizzlies Maker Challenge. Building clots and shit. Like a damn block and spill expert had made love with a Amish lady, and somehow Norm Abram was standing in the corner doing things. That's how you get rockets. Michael Wilson, my brother from another mother. His Scottish ass is the prodigy and got me into all kinds of stuff and out of my comfort zone. Pretty sure he's on the cover of some Highland romance novels over there wearing a kilt with that big ass beard. Thank each and every one of y'all for showing up for this shit. I love this stuff, dude. The fact that people show up for this is like, it's phenomenal. I'm going to do something that might be stupid, which completely fits in my repertoire. get my square end scraper. I'm going to start cutting in here. And although that's rather unorthodox, I want to see how bad the cracks are that's in this wall right here. %, he has, Steve. Yes. So the cracks come in, but they're starting to taper off. I don't know exactly how deep they are. I don't obviously want cracks running through my bowls, but in order to alleviate the outward expansion of the wood where it's twisting and doing the centrifugal thing, like if you swing a rope with a rock on it, there's going to be tension on the rope. Same thing with this. I don't want where I've already got cracks to expand out and blow the sides of this out because it's already fighting its tooth and nail. So I'm trying to take off as much weight off this rim as I can. And then we'll mound this up in the center, and that'll be the last thing we take out. Gives me a little bit more room to get in there and cut around. With my gouge that I'm going to put, I just put a fresh edge on this, my bad peoples. Getting ready to move that tailstock out of the way. Honestly, it would probably already been moved out of the way, but you guys have seen it. This thing's been fighting me the whole damn way. Don't want to use the top of your quill as a tool rest, but sometimes you gotta do some second shit. Still not 100% sure what kind of wood this is. It has like a minty smell to it. Whatever the hell that means. We're getting down below all the crack lines, and I'm not seeing any more in there. I still got a little bit right here toward the center, but it's not down here in this lip. So, finger crossed, but we still got them, that we don't have any of that problem. Mike's next business, sawdust bricks from the small shaving. Yeah, tell me about it. Alright, so, ow. Try not to use a whole lot of carbides on anything. I don't know if this is going to get stupid. I'm going to kick it up a little bit. Yes, she is. Take her down a peg. Okay, so we're not gonna jam it in there. Not gonna jam it in there. We're letting the wood pull itself in. We're stabilizing against like a love handle here. Trying to use that. I'm going to see what happens when I take tailstock support off of it and start cutting in there. I'm hoping it don't take off flying off of the lathe. That is always a possibility, but man, it'd make it a whole lot easier hollowing this thing out if I could safely turn this without my tailstock being right there. As always, we're going to get the live center out of here, because that hurts when it hits me in the elbow every time. Bring this over this way to where we're riding across center. Make sure we're not going to bump into anything, and that looks sketchy as shit. I'm also going to take a second to remove this bottom bevel right here. That way I can ride the bevel on the inside of the bolt. Touch up the front of this to give it a good sharpen. That was the sound of a CBM on my finger. Alright, that's off. Let's try this now. So you can see I done a very strict bevel on the bottom of there. It'll let me get in here a little bit better. Been taking some of Jeff's advice, and I started reading a lot more books on turning and edge geometry and stuff like that, the differences that they can do. Trying to be a little bit lighter handed, softer handed on this stuff. Whoa. out. We're going to check everything, make sure we got a good connection. When I hit that centerpiece, no, we don't. Cool. When we hit that centerpiece, I seen and felt a little bit of a wobble. I don't like that a bit. It's never a bad thing to give your stuff a once over while you're working it. And what I'm really excited for is we're getting ready to get down here. Who the hell? What brand gouge do I use, Mike? Right now, this is a Sorby. So this is a Sorby. I'm not partial to them by any chance. It's just I wanted a good gouge when I first started getting into traditional tools. I bought this. I used it one time, got a wicked bad catch, scared the hell out of me. And then I let it sit for a while. And then after a while, and I started getting used to... First thing I tried to tame was the skew. I figured it'd be the most scariest one. Weekend benders, huh? No, first thing I wanted to take care of was the skew because I figured that'd be the thing that would probably tear my face off the most. So I started using that, and I got fairly decent with my skew, but I was still sharpening with stones, and up until here recently, I've been sharpening with stones. Now I got a sharpening system and a slow-speed grinder and a lathe-mounted sharpener and all that stuff, so it's a little bit easier to do stuff. But whenever I first got into it, I was told that Sorby was the best tools on the market. Since then, I found out some different stuff, which will come into play soon. And I bought this, and it comes with like a 7-inch flute, 8-inch flute, and I've probably ground off 2 or 3 inches of it, just trying to learn how to do this right. But I love the skew. I've got a couple of them. I'm thinking about putting a round radius on one of them, just so I can learn how to do that kind of stuff. D-Way tools. Yeah, I've you really need to message me, brother, on email. I've heard phenomenal things about D-Way tools. I'm not knocking any manufacturer by any means. I've heard phenomenal things about Thompson Tool Company. Even though I don't generally use carbides, I've heard great things about Hunter Tool Systems, their hollowing systems, and I believe they're primarily a carbide place. There's a lot of players in the market, and I'm slowly learning that my knowledge of lathe tool manufacturers was very minuscule in the grand scope of things. I need 6 more likes to break 400 likes on here, boys and girls. Not super far, but we're getting there, by golly. What kind of turning you doing today? Oh, parry. Damn. I will say 100% that this thing has fought me tooth and nail. Tooth and nail. But we're getting ready to get to the point where we pop through this wall and we can start seeing the light for this. Kind of excited about that. This much crap off me. It off the side, see where we're at inside here. I'm trying to make it to where I can get you all over here and you can see what the hell's going on inside, but I'm also trying to get it to where I can work. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna worry, brother, I promise. As soon as I get some of this morning's hollowed out, I'll take a break, let my lathe pull off, and I will go back and do some. But Mr. Wilson is pretty damn knowledgeable. Fresh edge. Didn't want to do that, but started to ride it out. I wonder if I get it up a little bit. Try that. Down just a tad bit. there's knots all around the centerpiece here, and I'm trying not to hit those too hard. Like, this thing had so many branches coming out of it, I can only imagine that it looked like a sea urchin at one point. Yeah. I think I'm starting to get through some of those knots in the center so it's not as chaotic. Bring my tool rest down just a tad bit. So I have to keep cutting on center. Rotate my flute to about 11. Trying not to take aggressive cuts as much as I want to. That's from Merchant. Alright, that's down. Woo! Holy hell, boys and girls. Get some of these comments in here. That's what y'all saying. Uncle Daddy's getting his ass kicked. What's up, Rusty? Wigan and Benders, you didn't have to do that, brother. What's the 411? Well, 411, I'm sorry. It's like 411. I'm old, bro. On the way to 450. We get it. I'll be tickled. But I'm still having a hell of a time turning with y'all. Yeah, for the guys asking about turning tools, Facebook Marketplace is a phenomenal place to start out at. As you progress through it, of course, you're going to want to get different tools and things like that. Me personally, if I was just starting out and I didn't want to deal with the hassles of sharpening and things like that, and I just wanted to learn tool control and how to like really do it, I would go buy me a set of Amazon carbides. I would beat the brakes off of those for a good month and a half, or however frequently you turn, and then I would move up to Shop Fox gouges, and then I would just progress from there. Because early on in your turning, you're not going to be sure if you want to like continue doing it, and like people will tell you, man, this stuff gets expensive. Like there's a company that I really love, Thompson Tools. Man, you're looking at like $150 for a scraper. Right now, I'm using Amazon Benjamin's Best scrapers. Hopefully that'll change in the near future. But when you start getting into higher end tools, like I know I'll reference Thompson because I was looking at their tools in particular. They use a CMPV 10 and a CMVP 12 on their bowl gouge, but it's a powdered metal and it's got a palladium in it, and it like reduces your sharpening sessions by like a third. And it's been scientifically proven. They're American made, so you pay for different stuff like that. But if you're just getting into it and you want to learn the fundamentals of it, like we're all still trying to learn the fundamentals of it, I would recommend hitting the yard sales, Facebook Marketplace, and then doing an Amazon search and just riding out what you want, though. Oh, so this bad boy's a monster. And I'm starting to get the cut under here. Oh, you're good, brother. I won't die. Try not to. If you look right about there, that's this getting ready to play peekaboo through there. So we're getting ready to get into some sketchy stuff. It's not necessarily hard, but the difference in grains and stuff, man, it is really off the chain. Like, you turn quite a bit, so you know, like when you're cutting, you kind of got to like see which way the grain's moving, so you don't cut directly into end grain, or you cut into face grain a certain way or something like that. The grain in this is just swirled and it's in like crazy different directions, so I'm constantly just mitigating how I'm approaching each cut. But I like it. I think I should probably bring my box scraper in here and try to level off that little bit of island so I can get some more swing and shoulder room on those walls. Here, get a little more bevel. Fire the shop. That's all. My burnishing tool right here, because we're going to have to catch a burr on this here in a minute probably. Alright, I just want to work that down so I can get a swing on it. This is technically a closed rim bowl because the mouth of the bowl is smaller than the wider point of the bowl. So we wouldn't have to do the scraping if it was just like a wide rim bowl, like a geesey bowl or OG bowl, not a geesey, damn it, an OG bowl or something like that, because you'd be able to follow your bevel in there. But where this is tapered on top, it kind of catches, if you notice, it catches all the sawdust in there. It makes your skew have to approach at a different angle. So we are starting to play peekaboo right here. And we're going to continue to play peekaboo. Let me pull the burr on the front of this a little bit. Okay, we got a burr. Go back in. Getting a lot of overhang from that angle, so I want to do some really stupid stuff. Woo! What's up, my cousin Vinny? What's up, Francis? Woo! Make sure I got everybody's comments. I'm not ignoring anybody. You are one of the most best, Mr. Genius. No, I don't think so, but you're more than welcome to hang out, Lemuel Forbes. Fernando, you talk that nonsense. One of these moderators gonna snatch you up, buddy. You're more welcome to hang out, but you will be respectful, sir. A bad pen with a mold. Probably not. What's up, Ear Temple? Yeah, chomp, chomp, chomp. So that is man, that is some fierce wood. I don't know exactly what's going on in there, but she likes to party. Try a little bit of this action, just see what happens. It's a learning curve at this point. Should be getting closer to seeing the voids coming through. They're over here on this side. I'm starting to play peekaboo. I'd say if I had one of my poking sticks on me, I'd probably put a hole through there. Yeah, we're starting to play peekaboo. Right there. So I'll have to go through there and pick all that out. But down here where these knots are is where the other voids are. Let's get back at her. Start hollowing again. Don't want to do that. Alright. Don't want to do that either. I'll fix my tool rest for just a second here so I can take care of that ledge on the inside there. Pain in the ass, really. Gotta move, y'all. You're in the way. So bring this up just a little bit so we're at less than 90 of an angle on here. We are getting there. We are getting there. Slowly but surely. Alright, I was going to do this, but I think I'm actually going to try to use one of the carbides just because of the differences of the tool. I'm not totally against carbides. I try not to use them a whole lot, but if it's a tool for the job, man, it's a tool for the job. I would like to think that I'm starting to break through where I'm getting that knot on the outside of it. It's going to be just a second. We're almost at 450 likes, y'all. Hell yeah. No, we are not. But I'm working on it. So we might not be able to get into that knot. I don't know. That's already a fairly thin wall for something this size, as crazy as this turning has been. That crack right there is starting to worry me a little bit, not gonna lie. I'm not real fond of that. Pack it full of some goop. And we'll pack it full of some more goop. Some more goop. But yeah, that's been beating the brakes off a little boy here. So I do like that. As much as I would like to get that to where it's a visible feature, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll go to a different style of carbide. Like I said, I don't use these. This might give me a little bit of advantage on here. It might give me a wicked gnarly catch. I don't know. Okay, the line's growing, so we are starting to open up this void. Okay, I'll work with it. There's the one of the undercuts of the void. Alright. That's getting sketchy as hell. Almost to 500. We broke 450. I can't believe that. 322 watching. Let's get it. Alright, so we're starting to eat through up here. Damn, boys and girls. I knew she was going to be a challenge, but I didn't know she was going to be like that. The more and more I look at this, the more and more I'm wanting that cut through. I know it's going to be sketchy as hell and shortly dangerous, so we're going to keep doing her. Now, one thing that I haven't done in a while because it's really, really dumb, but it works, is take a diamond parting tool. You're going to dance it along the inside of this, putting rings for two reasons. One, that lightens the weight on the outside walls, and two, it gives you a set barrier to cut to each time and makes you pace your cuts. We're going to try that. Okay, so got that. We'll set our diamond tool off to the side. Go back in. We'll start trying to shape them out with this. And just rinse and repeat. Okay, get some of this dust out of here, see what the hell's going on. Come back in, give it some love with the detail again. Got a clean slate to start with. Alright, let's put some lines in here. Starting to see some collar poke through that wall, so I'm thinking that we might have the inside of the inclusion showing up. Maybe I'm just tripping, I don't know. But yeah, I can feel it there on the inside of the wood. We're getting into that part now. So let's see what she's got to offer. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep running with this approach. It's working, it's hollowing. Good God, I need a good hollowing system. I'm thankful for what I got. Yeah, I had to put a hole in it, brother. F. Okay, still no more light. I gotta approach. This is where it gets sketchy. Because of the bulbous nature of the outside of this, I've got to approach this at a steeper angle going in to reveal some of this void. Yeah, void. If anyone in my house is listening, water would be phenomenal right now. But I want this to be visible. I guess this is going to be more of a art piece than a utilitarian piece. I don't know. Maybe you could set a big ass glass bowl down inside of it and keep stuff in it, and still be able to see the contents of the bowl through the crack. Just spitballing here, but you know, it is what it is. All right. So we're going to start undercutting this way more than we already are. See where I've got that bobble up and down in my tool? I'm gonna do something that Jeff taught me and a bunch of people has up here recently. The cool thing about this is I've always got the pieces to do this on my person because I'm a 40-year-old man with a man bun. Alright, I'm gonna set this down to where I need to be. I'm gonna lock my center in right there. Drop the hair out of the man bun for a minute. Don't make fun of my fuzzy, sweaty shop hair tie. Double that over. Because of Jeff at 2-Minute Tips for Wood Turners, I've now got a stabilizer on the edge of my tool. I've now bust out my most hated tool in the shop. A crane neck, hook it through here, feed it up here, back it up a little bit, and now I've got constant downward pressure on the edge of this tool. Thank you, Jeff. 2-Minute Tips from Wood Turners. Let's give her a shot. We're off the side. Brought mine back past my flat because I'm working at a weird angle, but that's why Jeff's my mentor. Yeah, I have a couple cracks actually starting from the top edge, man. I've been packing them full of CO. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Y'all was watching my live, aren't you?
Yeah, Mom was.
Oh, your mommy's home?
No, she was watching at work.
Hell yeah, cool. Thank you so much.
You are welcome, Papa.
Water from the midgets.
Caitlin says hi, but I'm fully.
Hell yeah, Big Dad's hydrated. Alright, now, just because of that, we're starting to expand our hole up here. Expanding holes. And we're getting where we want to be. So, yeah. That's why Jeff's a gangster. Woo! That's why I wear a helmet, because I do dumb stuff. That merchant, that's straight up Jeff. I just happen to have a hair tie on me, bro. Jeff slung that out. I recommend anybody that grows a damn ponytail at this point just to have that capability. That's a... Bro, that is a diamond in the rough when it comes to turning tools. I'm telling you. Got a fuzzy ass hair tie on there. Strap that bad boy down. She ain't going not nowhere. Ooh, yeah, water's good. It's hotter than hell here in Southern Ohio. We've had nothing but rain for like the past 3 days. It's supposed to start raining tomorrow and rain all week again. The one day of no rain that we had, God decided that it was going to dry out all the rain for the past few days. while since I used carbides. This is pretty much the only one I use. I feel like I should raise my tool rest up a little bit so the bottom angle shouldn't be catching on there. I don't know if that's correct or not. So if somebody's in here uses carbides, you're probably way better at it than I am. Some advice would be greatly appreciated. Some people wear shields because they work with idiots. Some wear them because they know the idiot in the shop. Took me an extra haircut. Yeah. My hair's crazy, man. I got some long ass hair. My shield's up there on charge right now. Look at them wavy locks. Look at that shit, Bobby. Alright, so give my shield a few more minutes to charge. Because it's getting squirrelier and squirrelier by the minute. We're about halfway down through this, and I'm still cranking on it. I'm still trying. I'm starting to see some darker show in through here at the bottom, which means that we're getting ready to bust through this area right here, which means this stuff right here shouldn't be that big of an ordeal. I'm going to take this off here for a minute. Put her back up on here because I think the hair tie is the only way that I really like using that thing, and it doesn't make me want to smash my head off a rock. We're going to, this is a little bit heavier, so it will wobble. We're going to bring that up towards the edge, and we're going to start sculpting on the inside of that. Again, I appreciate the hell out of y'all hanging around. I'm at 483 likes. I think that's a record for one of my streams. We could pop 500 today. I'd be tickled pink. It's cool because there for a while I was starting to think that Sunday spundays were dead. Holy hell, it's been a while since I ran a bead with a carbide. Whew. Alright, so right here is where we start getting into the wider void. I think we need to hollow this middle section out just a little bit. Throw a ball cap on. Shop cap, Gotwood LLC, also big ass shop sponsor. Super thankful for Brad. All right, let me get this out of here. This is what I was talking about, a closed rim bowl. All your dust collects on the inside, man. Super pain in the ass. We're gonna go back to our square edge obliterator. We're gonna start reducing down the size of this island a little bit so I can get in there and work a little bit more. much of an overhang. You might be asking why we're keeping this island and we're just reducing it down in size as we go. Where I've got this big void on this side of it, this island in the center is helping it keep centrifugal. And I'm afraid if I take out that island at the entire time, that it's going to let the centrifugal force of the outside of the bowl kind of blow out. And I want to keep the centrifugal force pretty much pinned to the center. So we'll reduce it down as we go. What's up, Algeria? How's it going, man? Which country are you in? I am in the U.S., bro. The good old U.S. OA. So, you guys know that I try to study as many different forms and techniques in turning as I can. I read books, I watch the symposium videos, I watch the tutorials by some of the greats and stuff like that. One more like the 500, let's get it. I have found a new turner. He's not a new turner, he's been doing it for grit. Crazy looking dude. I really like watching this guy. He's down to earth, he's very technical. Makes it enjoyable. His name is Mark Monaco. Dude's got an afro, looks like he's out of like just the back of a woodshed somewhere, because I'm pretty sure he is. Phenomenal turner. He will make you feel like you are inferior with a skew. 100% about that. Like, he don't play around. He's a phenomenal turner. Very knowledgeable. I would love to go to one of his classes or seminars. You can do like a YouTube search, or you can straight up look up Mark Monaco bowls, because he's got a website where he sells his bowls. And oh, now my hand feels complete. But that's just, that's something I do, is I watch that stuff, I study that stuff, try to better myself. Not necessarily for the views or for YouTube by any chance, but I want to be a better turner. Like, there's very few things you can be passionate about and never be considered a master at. Like, I like turning. Like, it takes me to my place, man. Like, I can come out here, start turning, and within just a very little bit, I'm in Zen mode. Okay, so our cracks up here on the surface don't look like they're getting any bigger, which is A-okay with me. We're starting to poke through on our holes down here. I know I've been saying that, but I promise we are making leeway. I've got this out of the way a little bit so we can go deeper with our gouges. Start working this bottom scoop here. Are you in the Wood Turning Association here there in Iowa? No, man, Iowa's like 2 states away. The nearest AWA association to me is in not Lexington, Kentucky. It's Cincinnati. It's like a 2.5-hour shot. I would love to do that, but I work at a school, and I think they only meet on like Tuesdays. Wood my water. So that kind of segues into my next topic. Thank you, Merchant. I've been thinking, because there's a lot of wood turning groups online, and like they're cool for about the first 3 to 6 months, and then it turns out to, hey, want to buy my Ambonia burl? I sent you a message. My name's like bang something, and like, hello sir, do you want Ambonia burl? It's just a spam message. There's not a whole lot of dudes like doing techniques and stuff like that. I would like to get a group of solid, dedicated turners, not like professional level or master turners. I mean, they can hang out if they want to or two, but more of a turning group for the everyman. Have like a weekly article, post your creations, stuff like that. Something I'd like to get into. And then, like maybe once a month or something like that, we could host. Somebody could host it on their channel, technique or a build or something like that. I think that would be cool, and it would benefit a lot of people that don't have readily accessed or readable access to like turning groups. I might be blowing smoke up my ass here, I don't know, but I think that's a lot more people than we're giving credit for. They call that a pennant. I don't know what you're saying, bro. I'm not making fun of you. I'm not real knowledgeable, I reckon. We got a little bit more. Man, that is harder than hen's teeth coming through right there. Let's try this. Where's my area of entry at? Right there. What is it, teeny? I don't know what it is. It's got a big old bulb on it. Turned out pretty cool. Ah, poke through. I'm poking through, boys and girls. Look at this. I got a hole here, and then I got a hole here. We're making our way through. This is where shit's gonna get real sketchy. I'm about 100% sure. I slap this back on here, slide it up, and we're gonna ride with this one for just a little bit. I'll stand back here to where I can gauge what's going on. That's thin. Like I can damn near put my finger through that. Okay. Okay, you can hear that sound. That's where I'm back to chopping air again because that is opening up. Okay. So we're gonna go back to the old stabberoo approach at the bottom with the detail. Set that depth for a baseline of where we're cutting to. Woo! It's been a day today. Let our hair tie back just a little bit. Got a little bit of hang over there, don't want that. She's beating me hard, Billy. Before we go any further, I remember this from the last hollow form, not hollow form, but natural edge we did. I'm going to seal the outside of this with little CA. That kind of limits the cracking that happens when you start cutting from the back side of that. Get a drink of water. We're going to hook up probably our crane neck to that. Hell yeah. I love water. The big hollow form, not hollow form, but closed rim bowl. Still got to sand it. Handling issues as they come. If you guys would, take this break for just a second. Please check out my sponsors. I know I've mentioned them already. Brad at Gotwood LLC. Use the code WHACKER, capital WHACKER, for your discount. Go to Strong Ink Pens, and if you put the Whack-A-Chack in your checkout notes, they will hook you up with a free gift. I am extremely fortunate to have some badass sponsors, and I'm also very fortunate to have people like you coming to watch this. It means a lot to me. It really does. There for a while, I'm not going to lie, I kind of thought Sunday Spundays was a dying thing. As all my friends stopped turning and stuff like that, and it was just maybe 3 or 4 of us that were really turning like all the time. So it's back. Thank God for that. Everybody seems to be turning now. It seems like now that the fall's approaching. The views are, they're coming back. I can't complain about my views. But you don't really do it for the views. You do it to get out here and turn, and you do it for the camaraderie and the stuff that you learn from each other. I know it sounds kind of like open sentimental, but I guess I might be a big sucker on that. I don't know. Hopefully you can do a save. I am actually going to try to open this up and make a nice live edge out of it. I don't have a whole lot of live edge stuff. I've only got like 1 or 2 bowls. My wife jacked one, the last one that I made, and we made it to a candle holder. It holds a Bath & Body Works big candle just perfectly, lets the light shine through it. I sent a few pictures out. Turned out pretty cool. I'm actually fond of that. It's sitting on my coffee table, not just the kitchen island. If you've been around here for a while, you'll know that that's kind of a big ordeal in my house. If a bowl sits on an island for more than like a week or two, we're in like Flint, baby. We got enough bowls in my house to float a battleship, buckets of pins and stuff like that. Ooh. Okay, so that is the inside wall of this. I'm actually very impressed with. I've got to go a little bit thinner. Pop the rest of this out, like right through here. So that's where she's showing. Like it's in the sawdust. Hell yeah! Like our bark's flaking out on the inside there. We got to start shaping down in this area right here now. We're approaching the round off of the bowl where the work area gets a little bit tighter again. Stop what? Stop fighting. I'm explaining. I'm not just fingering the hole. She scared me there. Stop. So yeah, it's turned out pretty cool. I'm digging it. I like the can't really see it at your angle. But right here, like it's tried to heal itself, and it's grew this like bulbous thing up. So there'll be different dimensions that the light shines through and everything like that. Michael Wilson, what's up? We're starting to break through the hole, sir. This thing has been fighting me tooth and nail. Tooth and nail. I've got a hair tie strapped to my head or my tool rest because Jeff is the man. And I'm going to try to expose the rest of this hole without blowing this thing apart. So, right there, we're a little bulbous. That's where we need to work on. We're going to work there. Alright, I'm starting to see light at the bottom as well, which means we might have gouged through there a little bit. Down at the bottom, we did. Cool. Alright. We're going to reduce the center of this down. Back to our bowl gouge for a minute. I'll pull you up here in just a second. There's just so many pieces and I don't like the clutter. Yeah. Low key though, my wife is like my biggest cheerleader when it comes to this stuff. She'll straight up tell me if something's stupid. There we go. Just twisting her the wrong way. Want my bottom wing right at the center line. Move these carbides out of the way. Get back to this and try not to break my damn hands. Down a little bit. We're not nowhere near at below center. Fresh edge on this. That's a good burr. That's the good burr, boys. What's up, Kevin Ellis? How's it going, man? Okay, this tool rest is not giving me what I want. think we're going to go back to our more flat tool rest and see if that'll give me what I want. Good. Now we're going to try to, that we've lowered that about another inch. We're going to try to get back in here and work on the bottom of this without getting gnarly catches. What's up? Thank you guys. You guys have been here for a grip. It means a lot. Coming up in 5 hours. I'm doing all right, man. They brought me out some water. I really want to get this beat though before I call it a wrap. It's a stand and deliver kind of moment, dude. I set it up. I don't like doing two-part vids, two-part lives. Next time we come out here and do a live, we'll be on to something else. But I want the people to see what we came out to do when we came out to make this. I've got to be very careful in here. Because I don't like one cutting uphill with a gouge. Sometimes that's the only way that you can get in there without catching those holes all crazy like. Alright, now our holes are starting to get bigger. I repeat, the holes are getting bigger. That's what we want. Might give it a little bit of love up here in a minute, but we'll get to that in a second. But we're starting to open up down here, and that's what I want. My butthole is puckered right about making this. Yeah, man, it's part of it. If it breaks, I'm not going to be like super happy about it. But, I tried it. Alright, so right here, we got a little bit of a lip. I'm going to round that off. And right now, we're riding about right about here. So we're getting ready to start doing the cusp of the bottom. We got to remember that we broke our tenon twice now. And we had to run a worm screw in here. So it's going to have a little bit thicker bottom than I was wanting. These walls are about, I can tell you exactly how thick the walls are. Hold on. me find my damn calipers will work. It's not like they're scientifically accurate or anything. About a centimeter thick. So the bottom hopefully won't be any thicker than like a centimeter and a half. Yeah, that's right. I use those and not Freedom units. Bam. Educated. That's what I get for hanging out with all these Scottish folk. Okay. One thing I don't like. Thank you for the reverse translation. Thank you, JRH. Means a lot, brother. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. This is all coming out right here, and we're getting down into the sketchy, I'm going to call it the devil's tail. It curves up around here. When I'm doing these cuts, I'm keeping the entire length of the tool handle anchored against my forearm, which looks huge from this camera angle. And I'm only holding on the knurl right here and steering like that. I'm steering from the center point of it. It's giving me a little bit more a little bit more control over the tool. Now we're getting to the point where we're bumping into our center island as we're hollowing, and we're down at the bottom of that now. That's where Daddy wants to be. So we're going to break this out, flip this bad boy around. We're going to do some shaping on the island, take out a little bit more of that, probably down a good bit. What's up, Grey Wolf? And got some chatter because I got an extreme overhang on my tool rest. We're doing I usually don't do bowls this deep. I think this might be the biggest bowl as far as depth that I've done. That has the potential to be fucking chaotic. Why not? Lock that in there. Pray to God she don't drop. She seems pretty solid. We are going to have to give her a sharpen here in a minute. I can feel that coming on already. Bottom of our bevel's still good for us to chase with, so we don't knock that off just yet. So a couple of you guys were asking if I use jigs and stuff like that. I have jigs for sharpening. I actually freehand sharpen. I know that using the jigs gets a more repeatable curve, but I think by freehand sharpening, it lets me turn to the specific task that I'm needing the tool to do at that time. One thing you got to remember whenever you're turning in the very center of a bowl, the center of that bowl is moving about half the speed of the outside perimeter. Okay. I'm pretty sure that tool rest has borne out its benefit for this gig. Let's sit old Faithful in here because she seems to be doing work. want to get carried away with the overhang there. Okay, let's see what we got. Get some of this nonsense out of here, because enough sawdust to float a battleship. Okay, we're down a little bit to where we can keep hollowing and mounting up towards the center. I want to try to expose this entirety of this tail that comes around through here. Collect the chips and sell them at the bowl. Not above it. We'll make sure that that's not catching on anything, actually. Back here's where we're going to be working. Not catching there either. Swung over towards my stuff. Made my butthole pucker a little bit. Alright. Man, it's kicking my butt, boys and girls. Alright, if I can get this out of here. I don't know if you guys can see it, but we're already, that's all, we're through here. And now we're down here on the bottom. We got this little section up here, which it might not break out. I don't know. It might not. But starting right here, I do have a little bit of a lip, so I'm going to have to swing in, catch that, not get caught in the holes. You know, every day on the job stuff. Just letting the wood feed itself down there. For you guys at home that are watching, let's see if I can do this for y'all. Buried under a mountain of dust. Oh, give me a second, gotta hook you off with an extension. All right. Plug you in there. Oh, you piece of dog shit, work with me. Alright, so we're catching light coming through here. I'm at 575 likes. I am digging this. Come on. Y'all work with me here. So, what's up, Eric? I see you come in, buddy. I'm getting beat up by a giant live edge right now. So right about here, a little bit of an edge. Got to scope it in. Sure. I feel like I'm in a damn rave party. Techno disco. Alright, so yeah, our hole's getting bigger. A little bit of a hole over here. I don't think we're going to break through to that one, thank God. But I've still got a ledge. Ooh, don't push on that, dummy. Got a ledge right here. Make sure we're all shored up, we're still good. I'm going to bust out the carbide with the 2-minute tips for wood turners, patented hair tie technique. you guys were epileptic. I really just thought about that. Damn. But, hole, way bigger. Way bigger. I've got to give my hole some love right here. Okay, we are showing our holes. I'm through. Cool. I have to sand that, but I'm through. The CA helps with it from fraying out. So there's our natural void there, and we're starting to work on it here on the bottom. So we're going to come up here and we're going to start working on this. Okay. Slide it. Oh, God. No. That could have been catastrophic, y'all. You ought to see me cry right here on the live. Just bust out crying. Grown man in tears. This is, the deep bowl is an awkward bowl. It's an awkward bowl. Let's see if that gets us in there deep enough to not hate life. Maybe? Hell, I don't know. Okay, so we're starting to make our island completely disappear. Which means we're approaching the bottom depth of this bowl. Once again, that's why I sharpen with my left wing way higher than the other. so that I can do cuts like that. That's the same as a back cut pretty much, or a back hollow with a spindle. But I like the modified wing on this side to be a little bit higher compared to where most people keep their right wing higher. And that's all personal preference. For hell, it could be wrong for all I know. But at some point, you got to start looking at, yeah, people might say it's working for them, but when you try it, is it working for you? Okay. I'm in this weird conundrum where I'm out of tailstock or out of pull rest. Now remember, we're not going to be able to take this all the way down to the bottom because we had to do an emergency worm screw after we broke 2 tendons. But I've got probably about 1/4 of an inch to play with in the bottom of this, and if, at this point, dude, if we blow through, I'll plug it. But I want to expose the bottom of this. It would only be a, look at it, you can see light through that, okay? You can see light. We are working on some stuff, boys and girls. Have my whole hand in there. It's not a very comfortable feeling, I'm not going to lie. And looks like at this point we're going to have to go back to our... We're going to go back to flat rest, man. I know that I've changed the rest about 37 times in this, but I'm wanting to do this with the least amount of damage, and I'm trying to do it as safe as possible. Those aren't words that come out of my mouth a lot. So we got two things that are going to dictate. Who did that? Perry, brother, you don't have to do that. The fact that you guys are here, it's phenomenal. All right, so we're getting down here to the bottom of this. I want to expose this tail, and then I'll shape across. So honestly, there's two things that's going to dictate how deep we go in this bowl. One is if I can expose this devil's tail down here, and two, we got a worm screw that's going to be going about. She's going to be going in there a little bit. I don't want to bump into the hole on that because that would be lackluster. But if we do, I'll fill it. See how close we're popping through. I know we're getting close. Oh, she's starting to dance, boys. She's starting to dance. All right, let's do her. Starting to catch the differences in the grain and the densities in the wood. So, yeah. Holy hell. All right. I hope. I just want to get this. Okay, holy hell. Man, I'm not going to lie, y'all. That's beating your boy up. Get some of this dust out of here because it's flying around left, right, center. We're going to take the mound out of here and make sure we're not bumping into the worm screw hole. And then we'll deal with this over here. Holy hell, y'all. It's been a ride today. It's been a ride. shit. Not gonna go a whole lot further than that because I don't want to catch a catch with that. I'm gonna work on the center of this. Not entertained. Alright. Come on, give me one more like on this bad boy. Break a record here, y'all. 600 likes. That's what Daddy needs. Alright. Give this a minute here. Hold on. Smarter way to do that. It involves water in my mouth hole. $600 likes. Hell yeah. Alright. We're going to move this out of the way so I don't bust my big meat hooks off of it. I don't think we need this light just yet. Oh shit, wrong button. About cut that live stream real short. I didn't do this with my last live edge bolt, and I regretted it ever since. Every time I look at it, it's a reminder that I need to do this. Just clean our hole up a little bit. Alright, so inside of it still needs a little bit of love. Not gonna lie. But we got her, boys and girls. We got her. I need to clean up the bottom of this and clean up the walls a little bit. You all know exactly how I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put that right there like that. Shine a light. Okay, I'm not going to use the diamond. Hell no, we'll have a catch from little golf country. Alright, so bust out the round. Just going to go in here and bevel off. Got like a little bit of a line right there, and I'm not real fond of it. This is when this thing blows apart in my face. Right before sanding and finishing, you know. Way the good Lord intended it. This is going to be stupid, but I got to do it. Okay, maybe not. Okay. We are shorn for a good bit. You get up there. Oh hell. Alright. That beat my ass. And the lady from Woodcraft, or Easy Wood Tools, is like, are you able to stand for 3 hours and do a seminar? Yeah. Yeah, I am. Okay, we need to sand inside this. Holy hell, that beat the brakes off me. I'm going to drag over. Ooh! My stool. Small 150. My 220. Chuck this thing up to a drill press. Not a drill press, a hand drill. Woo. It's warm out here. Real warm like. Catch up on some comments. Did Russia get the 600? What the hell? $77, you back in here, brother? $6.15, I'll take it. All right, we're going to start off at 150 grit. And we're going to do the rim with a drill. Because where the cracks are in here, and with the I'm in and out for a minute fixing pretzel chicken. I don't know what the hell that is, man, but that sounds banging. Pretzel chicken. All right, we're gonna turn this on. Turn the light off so I don't take part of the Mike Wilson Techno show. I didn't really put any decoration on the outside of this. That's something I normally do, but I wanted the kind of wanted to let the wood speak for itself on this. It's already got the big live edge hole over there, and all that. If I'd done anything different, I'd probably put a bead right near the top, but we ain't doing that. If you guys aren't, please like and subscribe, man. I'm putting some work into this one. Alright, let me check my tendons because I'd be mighty damn mad. My worm screw came off at the last minute. I'm talking, I'd probably fight mad like I would travel state lines to fight professional boxers. I might wind up with an ass beating, but it'd be therapeutic and it'd be my punishment for what I just did. 150 grit. No, up to 220 grit. We're probably going to put the shellac on this with a damn paintbrush, to be honest with you. And then I'll hit it with my beeswax shop grease. A little bit of tear out, not really tear out. Okay, that's better. I'm not gonna lie, Sloppy Joe sounds banging right now, dude. Now is not the time to get your finger caught in one of those holes. Thank you, Technicolor. I've got a little bit of a bump right here, but I really don't want to take that out because that's supporting the weight of, let me find my hole, this right here. Right. Alright, so let's get the outside of this. One more good go around. get a paintbrush or two, 7. Paintbrushes. Let's put some finish on this thing. I think the shine juice might be a bit too dark. So, I think we're going to do tongue oil. Put one on my shirts. It's about 3 sizes too big for me now on here. Served me well. I think we're going to do tongue oil on this. And then we're going to hit it with our homemade beeswax concoction, mineral oil, citrus oils, whacking grease. 3 3/4. We're not going to do that. I think that gives it a better color too. The other color was fairly dark. I didn't like that. Jeff puts his finishes on like this. They work out beautifully for Jeff. By God, I'm going to do it too. Paint my holes. I'm going to paint my holes. I want to accent my holes. I don't think this would have been such a problematic turn if it wasn't for the fact that it was burl and still don't know what the hell it is, which means I don't know how the wood's going to react, which means that the wood grain was in like 30 different directions, as you can see on the outside of it. But man, she shined up very pretty. I'm gonna give her a couple touch-ups here around some spots. And then I'm gonna hit it with a towel. And we're gonna hit the outside of it with some grease. And by grease, I mean the whacking wax. It's a lot of oil in there. Good thing this bitch is thirsty, that's all I'm saying. The inside of this bowl is beautiful. I don't say that a lot. Usually inside of bowls just look like the inside of bowls to me. inside of this bowl is absolutely beautiful. This could very well be one of the most simplest, but the most beautiful bowls that I've done. And I'm not just saying that because I've sat here and fought with it for 5 hours and 10 minutes now. But with my love for live edge bowls, natural void bowls, and how pretty this is, holy hell. Set that right there. I thought I'd need more than one brush for that. Obviously I didn't. Give it some love with a paper towel. Let that spin for a second. I got my rag over here. I got my Kermade grease. Mouthful of sawdust. Read past messages here a minute ago. Too nice. Oak burl is what? Andrew, get a hold of me, brother. I don't know where you're located at, but my mods will put my email address in there. I wasn't ignoring you, man. Just get a hold of me. Now, as much as I love getting greasy in the shop, this is a whole lot of this beeswax solution and the mineral oil, and I am going to saturate this. I'm hoping the oil that I put on it, as well as the mineral oil, will keep it from deforming. I don't have a moisture meter, but it's set outside dry for about, I don't know, 2-3 years. And it had been cut down for several years before I got it. There's still the underlying chance that it could do some crazy stuff. I don't know. If it does, that's what the wood wanted to do. And there ain't a whole lot we're going to do to stop that. Wood's going to do what wood does. I tried to mitigate as much as the differences in wall diameters and stuff like that, and leave a thicker bottom on it. I was kind of forced to leave a thicker bottom on it because of the worm screw and the 2 tenons breaking off. But this should, if it warps, it'll warp out this way, and it won't warp this way with this. That's the plan anyways. Alright, get the greasy glove, or the grease out of the way. Get my patented whacking sock. And turn the speed up a very little bit. Give me 10 more likes. That puts me at 650. That breaks my all-time record, y'all. 9 more. I am in Ohio, sir. Seven more likes. Let's get it. Come on. Puts me at 650, breaks my record. Shatters my record, actually. 6 more, let's get it. What's up, Rockets? My partner in crime. Trying to see what she looks like. I can't complain, y'all. I can't complain. The only thing that I can really complain about, and I guess if I want to complain, is the fact that my tenons broke off because I was unfamiliar with the wood, and I had to put a worm screw in the bottom. It didn't let me make the bottom as thick as I absolutely, or thin as I absolutely wanted to. But man, she turned out beautiful. Got 5 more likes to get. I'm gonna bust out a fresh scuff pad. Go around the outside of it. It might do something with the finish. If it does, I'll put more beeswax on it. Three more, let's get it, come on. Thank you, Dan. I'm hoping that I don't get my finger caught in this big ass hole over here. That would be detrimental to the turning game. Just so everybody can see. Ray Authority, stop motion pictures. See what they've done to the outside of it, if anything. Didn't do nothing except for shine it up a little bit. I'll take that. Alright, so I say that we get this bad boy off the worm screw. We set her up here. We'll bring the camera up here and we end this stream here in just a second. See what she looks like. Final reveal. Holy hell, that was a job. Really don't like the fact that I had to use a worm screw on there, but I can cover that up with one of my coins. Come on, one more like, bust me up at 650. Tell your daddy. Tell your daddy, tell your mama. Tell him to hit it. All right. It started out as a ginormous burl. I had to get it shored up. I lost some serious wood on each side of it. But natural defects in there. I was able to hollow them out, keep the bowl in one piece. Was a job all on its own. And the crazy burl on this thing is absolutely beautiful. I did snap a tenon off, 2 tenons. Have to hit the bottom of it with a worm screw. I got a coin that'll go in there. But, ooh, about dropped her. But, yeah, this one beat me up hardcore for 5 hours and exactly 18 minutes so far. I broke 652 likes on a live stream. Thank each one of you guys for being here. Please check out my sponsors that I mentioned earlier. Please check out the other channels. We got some phenomenal ass channels in here. I'm going to add a list. If you guys are interested in the turning group thing that I was talking about earlier, let me know. Message me. My email's in the chat. All that cool stuff. I'll take ideas. I'll take suggestions. But kind of want to better it, because if you're in an area like I am and there's no turning groups around here, you're just kind of on your own and you find people by just by chance. Like I found 2 other wood turners in my area. I'm sure there's more, but I guess they're kind of secluded. Other than that, please like and subscribe. Thank each and every one of y'all for hanging out with me for 5 hours. Some of y'all have been here the entire time. What's up, Norm? What's up, Kevin? I'll post pictures of it. There'll be a short, probably. I don't know. I'm going to go inside. I'm going to wash sawdust out of holes that I didn't know I had. play with my kids for a little bit, make some dinner. Other than that, like, subscribe, peace, love, God bless. Drink water, wear deodorant, and keep turning. I'm out. Love y'all.